Okay, we should have audio now. Give me just a second, there's going to be a slight echo, I think. Okay, we should have audio now. Okay, perfect. We have audio, good. I don't know why it keeps doing this every time I start the stream. I have to like reconfigure the audio. It's driving me nuts, but we are currently in Wild Rose, Wisconsin, and we have a severe thunderstorm warning just off to our north. Felt just a little bit behind it right now because, well, I had to stop and get the audio figured out, but there's definitely a lot of strong winds associated with this storm. I was 600 feet, turn right onto Euclid Avenue. As I was getting ready to start the stream, I was on some of those back roads, and there were tree limbs bending over, and they looked like they were about ready to come down. So strong winds are definitely the main hazard today, along with the potential for some minor flooding. But we're going to get back out ahead of this in just a couple moments. It'll take probably less than 5 minutes. So this is kind of the leading edge of the storm right in front of us here. So we're just gonna go a little bit north here, and then we'll take this east route. Looks like County Road A, I think is what it is, Alpha. And this will get us right where we need to be. How is everyone doing today? I actually had a pretty view of this storm just a couple minutes before I fired up the stream, so hopefully we'll be able to see some of that. It wasn't really, I wouldn't call it structure, but it was a good view of the storm that we were able to see it well. So it's going to be just off on the left side of the road here is kind of that leading edge of the storm. It is currently severe warned. Okay, yeah, we're able to see some of the, it's almost like a shelf cloud feature to it on the leading edge. Right now we are just a little bit east of Wild Rose, Wisconsin. And already this view is better than anything we saw, what was that? No, not 2. That was 3 days ago already, was it? I think so. I lost track of the days, but already a better view than anything we saw in the last Wisconsin chase. So I'll take it. This is currently severe warned for 60-mile-an-hour winds. It had a bit of a hail core on it earlier, and it was rated for, I think, either inch and inch and a quarter hail, but the reflectivity returns have come down slightly, so that is currently not a major threat with this. So since hail is a minimal threat on this, we might go up here a little bit and then go north and kind of let the storm run us over, I guess, so we can see just what the winds are like underneath the storm. Because it's so far from radar, it's hard to tell what's going on close to the ground. And since I'm not worried about hail, we may do that depending on how everything works out up here. So let's see here, where do we want to potentially go? At the moment, I think we just want to kind of keep going east. We'll go over to Saxville and continue east. So we might go up like County Road U towards Wyowega. That may be an option. Yeah, this could be a longer stream because it looks like there's going to be like potential for multiple kind of pop-up rounds of storms. So this could be a longer stream and it could go till, 8 o'clock tonight. I have no idea. Or it could be done in like 2 hours. It's just kind of a matter of how things unfold.
Hey.
Hi.
I had my radar screen paused an hour and a half ago. I've been going after a cell that I don't think it even exists anymore.
Wow, what a rookie mistake.
What a freaking idiot.
Yeah, that's rough. Oh, poor Vince. Poor Vince. I've had that happen to me, but not quite to that scale of an hour and a half. Yeah, that's definitely rough. When you just said, hi, I was like, oh boy, what is it?
I literally just looked down and I saw that I had it paused. And I'm like, oh, that's weird. I don't remember hitting that button. And then I saw the timestamp was 1:09 p.m. And I'm just like, oh, God, no. And then I just unpaused it. And that storm's not there anymore. Like, I think it's actually the one that you hit. It's the one you're going after.
Had to hit the brakes there pretty hard. There was a turkey walking across the road and he refused to move. And if we didn't stop, we would have smoked him. So until we get out just a little bit in front of this, I'll turn the camera just a little bit more so you can see the wind gusts in the trees, I guess. Got no cell signal for the radio. Nope, nothing. Give me just a second, guys. Let me check something. So again, I'll wait till we're out of the trees here to make sure we have good cell signal. Oh yeah, we're struggling for internet right now. Give it just a second. Yeah, guys, give it just a second and I'll try to get the cell signal fixed. It's just Starlink does not work well underneath the trees, and there's limited cell tower signal out here. Yeah, something is definitely wrong with one of my internet connections, so stand by. I'm just going to get that fixed, hopefully real quick, because we are barely pushing any data right now.
This is not important, but I'm just coming across it now. There is a mesoscale precipitation discussion saying training thunderstorms 2-inch per hour rainfall rates later on, potentially. Same area as the watch.
Copy that. Okay, now the cell signal is coming back. Oh, maybe. Okay, we should be getting better cell signal now. I gotta figure out why it wants to keep not pushing the proper amount of data through Starlink, but should be all fixed now, so stream signal should be a lot better. Sorry about that. I really need to start just the stream and have it stream to nowhere for 15 minutes before I actually start the stream, because these issues always seem to pop up 15 minutes in it once you disconnect, and then once I fix it, it's good for the rest of the day. So I may start doing that in the future if I can't get this totally ironed out, at least make it a better situation. Getting pretty good outflow winds from this storm. I am slightly concerned about tree limbs coming down, given the amount of wooded areas that are around here. Yeah, I'm seeing little limbs blowing across the road here, so we'll just proceed with caution and just keep an extra close eye out today. If we do come across any trees down the road, we got the chainsaw in the back, and we got everything we would need to clear a path should we need it. now the area of the leading edge of the storm is kind of off to the right side, so. I'm gonna continue up here and then head east on whatever road this is. That'll take us towards West Bloomfield. Looks like it's, oh, we'll just continue following Road A Alpha. Right now we're probably getting about 45 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts if I had to estimate. Just based on the trees and what I'm feeling on the vehicle. Alright, so right up here is where we will turn onto Alpha. And this is why we want to continue east, because once we get underneath the storm like this, it's just precipitation and we cannot see anything really. We are really struggling for signal today. I'm really sorry, guys. I don't know why we're struggling so bad with the internet connections. Because Starlink should be carrying right now, but it's not. It's barely pushing anything through. This is painful. This is not kind of stream video quality that I expect. So give me a second. Okay, we should have audio now, I think. I think we should now have audio. Let me know if we still have audio and if there's still that awful buzzing noise in the background. Okay, there we go. I have no idea what just happened with my microphone there, but I'm just having all sorts of issues today. So I was trying to figure out why. You guys probably didn't hear my entire conversation because I was muted a whole bunch, but I was trying to figure out why my stream is not going through properly with proper video bit rate. It seemed to be struggling a lot today. So hopefully I'll be able to monitor that and fix it if it happens again. But it's been slightly painful. So if we lose audio again or anything, just let me know in chat. I must have missed it earlier if someone said something, but if I'm muted for like more than 30 seconds, it's probably something going on with the audio. I don't know what happened, but should be good now. Slight echo just for a second. I'm just monitoring something from my end. Okay. So I'm gonna turn the camera so you guys can actually see the storm at this point. It's kind of off behind us. We've got kind of a leading edge. This and trying to get out in front of it a little bit so that we can get a good view of it, because when we were underneath it we couldn't see any sort of structure whatsoever. And there's some rain. Storms are all just west of Appleton here. Storms are kind of congealing into a big blob, which is not great for the severe potential per se. However, that does lead to a more substantial flooding risk. So we'll just have to see kind of how the storms interact. And if they can kind of reorganize into potential wind-producing storms, or if this will be mostly a heavy rain threat at this point, with potential for additional severe storms to pop up further southwest as the afternoon progresses. Because it's only 3 o'clock right now, so there's still plenty of time. away from you. Yeah, I'm familiar with Fremont because I'm from this area, so this is definitely a local chase for me. Getting a kind of cool shelf cloud view of the storm, if I can keep the camera pointed that way. Kind of got a shelf cloud like leading edge to it. It's not super well defined like you would expect with a storm that has very strong winds behind it, but this storm does not seem to have as strong of winds, which would correlate with the not so good looking shelf cloud. It's almost like a weird combination between a low updraft base and a shelf cloud. Visual of it a little bit because we're getting a little far away, but I think what we'll do is we'll take this Highway 45 up towards New London potentially. These storms started out a lot more discreet and kind of by themselves, and as they move east, more showers popped up, so they're kind of congealing into just a big blob at this point. I am slightly interested in the stuff southwest, maybe, but that's still got a ways to go. So we'll just kind of stick around this area for the moment, and then we can go southwest later this afternoon if it looks like it warrants it. Get kind of just a radar loop here, and just so I can monitor. Split shot, you live in Oshkosh, right on Lake Winnebago. Well, Northeast Wisconsin's a great place if you love to fish and hunt, so I can respect that. Lots of places around here to do both of those things. We're going to take this Highway 45 north towards New London so we can kind of keep a visual on that western storm that we just kind of drove away from, and then also monitor for potential flooding in the area, because there's been a lot of rain over the past couple days to a week, and then in addition to all these thunderstorms that are kind of forming right over the same area today, so. Right now, like I said, there's not a lot of structure to see, but we'll do our best to get a visual on some of it if there's any left. Might have a little bit over here yet, so let me get this spun around for you guys. kind of hard to see. It's very low contrast, but there's some kind of structure there for the shelf cloud type thing. I am from Wisconsin, yes. Chasing yesterday. I wish I was, and I could take credit for that, but unfortunately I was not out yesterday, so you must be thinking of someone different. I wish I was out yesterday, but it just didn't quite work out. Start to encounter some heavier winds up here, just based on what radar isn't showing much for velocities for strong winds, but I wouldn't be surprised if we get some good gusts given what I'm seeing in the trees already and just the general view of what the storm looks like in person. Any sort of shelf cloud feature that we had a couple minutes ago is pretty much gone. So we might actually want to turn around to stay out from underneath some of this precipitation. So there's that area off to the southwest that has a what's that? It's by just south of Fremont. It's kind of got a sharp gradient on reflectivity. So it may have some visible structure on it. Maybe kind of just a cool view of the updraft base. Oh my goodness. Just looked over and checked again, and we are doing absolutely terrible for internet signal right now. It's barely coming through. I need to figure out why it's doing that. It's really frustrating because it's fine, and then it's like it's just not. I'm going to restart a couple of things, so the stream is probably going to cut out for a couple seconds intermittently, but I just got to try to figure out what's going on with this and why it's struggling so bad. Alright, let's try this. We should be back. We should be back. I think. Alright, perfect, we are back. Thank goodness. That was super frustrating. So basically what happened there was I started restarting a bunch of stuff. I restarted the entire encoder and the Starlink. But my computer is only connected to the Starlink, and Starlink was having issues saying, yeah, it can't connect to the internet because we were underneath the precipitation. So I couldn't go in to activate the encoder through the website to restart it, even though it had additional cellular connections, because I couldn't access the website. But in other news, we are now in a severe thunderstorm warning for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That happened shortly after I started attempting to restart everything. Hopefully, why is it doing this again? Why? We're pushing like no video bit rate. This is awful. Getting some video feed, but it's not high quality. But now the bitrate's going up a little bit again. It's like, what is going on? I'm gonna try something again. I really have no idea what's going on, guys. Atrocious. least we've got a somewhat stable connection right now. This is... This is not how I expected today to go with the stream. That's for sure. Okay, see, now we're pushing good data again. It's just like something is limiting the upload rate for whatever reason. But, well, guess we'll just try to do with what we got, and hopefully it stays. So once again, we're in a severe thunderstorm warning for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Doesn't look super impressive on radar at the moment. Let me see what we've got. Yeah, we've got some fairly steady winds, it looks like. Wouldn't say they're very gusty at the moment based on what I'm seeing in person. But we'll see if that changes as it continues eastward towards us. Let's see, where do we want to go? I'm very familiar with this area, so... Yeah, flooding got bad in Milwaukee County for a little bit. I would definitely believe it. Which is why I'm also monitoring for potential flooding in this area as well. There's a lot of storms have kind of popped up in this area. Looks like they just issued a flash flood warning recently. Not exactly recently. That's up north a little bit, kind of from Clintonville up to Pulaski, if you're familiar with the towns in the area. So it looks like, based on radar, what it looks like happened is the storms were they were rated for strong winds, and then if you look at radar, I can't pull it up on the screen to show you guys at the moment, but kind of over from Berlin, Amro, just north of Oshkosh, it looks like it almost lost its gust front. So it seems like it lost its gust front, so it kind of disorganized a lot of the strong outflow winds in the storm itself, potentially. So we've got let me see here. Lots of road construction in this area, so I'm just trying to find what good route we might want to take and where we may want to go. Right now we are heading pretty much due east. So the storm is actually behind us. Just trying to think of a potentially good viewing spot that we can go to. think I may have an idea. Scary words, I know. You spun around front facing for a little bit, and then we'll go just a little bit west and find somewhere that we can pull off and kind of watch as this rolls in. There's not really any structure at all on this right now, just kind of big dark clouds, which is kind of to be expected from this. Yeah, parts of Wisconsin definitely have lots of trees, making it not ideal for chasing some areas. But other areas are amazing. It's just kind of dependent on where you are in the state. Let me just take a quick peek at radar. I think we're gonna head just a little bit south, actually. Just a little bit south. We've got blowing signs, and make sure I get just past that so that it doesn't blow over and hit the vehicle. Just very minor sign of some sort, probably an advertisement. It was almost like a yard sale kind of sign. There's a bit of a mezzo on the south side of this, so I wouldn't be surprised if it tries maybe intensifying a little bit to try to produce a little bit bigger hail. Because right now it looks like it's not really producing anything. Now this is the area of the storm that I'm interested in the most right now. Just a second, make sure it's in the camera view. This area just off to the right, that's what I'm mostly interested in, just because it's got such a unique shape and feature to it. Even if it's not anything interesting, at least it looks cool. Oh, come on, the rain is going right where we want to be looking. See if I can turn the camera a little bit and blow some of that rain off of the lens. But I would say that this is probably the most interesting thing we've seen all day. At this point, it looks just like a big scary cloud, I guess. it's weird because it looks like it's the base of a mezzo, but like above it, it's like doesn't look like it's even attached to anything, which is the really weird part. It's just like a low-hanging cloud that's not attached to anything else whatsoever. Very strange. Very strange indeed. Because like right now, based on an exact current location and radar, that's not even associated with any part of the storm that we were looking at. It's just kind of off all by itself, which is kind of fascinating actually. So at this point, we're going to go a little bit east so that we can keep an eye on the storm to the north as well. Or not as well, but the storm to the north, because this isn't even part of any storm. It's just a funky cloud. I'll get the camera spun around for you guys so that we can view the storm, the part of the storm that's just off to the north. So this is looking due east right now. And spin us around a little bit. That's northeast. And then we've also got east, kind of that way. Or not east, north, sorry. Got my directions. I said east twice, so east is directly in front of us, so you're looking off to the left, which will be north. So we'll start heading back up that way to see what potential wind gusts there are and monitor for any heavy rainfall, I guess, because right, actually, give me just a second. I'm gonna, that cell off to the south does not look that bad as far as on radar. It's just west of Winneconne, so I think what we'll probably do is we'll take I-41 north here and then kind of go up and kind of just take a peek at this storm, and then we'll take 441 around and meet back up with I-41 and probably go south towards that southern area. It's the nice thing about being extremely familiar with the area and knowing the road network. So although what we're going to do is, yeah, we'll turn north onto I-41 here. Getting a little bit of lightning. There's a lot of road construction in this area, so that always makes things interesting. Adds just another factor of fun to all this. this is the view off to the north where we're currently going. Slightly interesting. Give me just a second. I've kind of got this separate updraft that's like on the northeast side of Appleton. It's that little area right, well, it's behind the trees now, but it's like right in the middle of the screen there. Once we get past this, you'll be able to see it. Kind of its own separate little updraft. Kind of cool. And of course there's a raindrop that lands right there. There we go. Just to the left of the raindrop. So we'll actually kind of circle around back towards that as we just follow this I-41 to 441. Just a second while we navigate these curves and construction stuff, and I'll get the camera resituated for you guys. Just made the eastward jog on the interstate here. We're going to drive through a little bit of some heavier precipitation, and then we'll be going back south. So far I've had a lot of fun today now that everything seems to be working stream-wise. I think. I just had to double check to make sure I didn't just jinx it or something. we've got going here. Here's the bit of heavier rain that I was referring to that we'll be driving through. We'll probably be in this for about 3 miles eastward, and then we'll have to drive through it probably another 2-ish miles south. So we'll be out of this precipitation probably 5 minutes or less, roughly. Just a couple minutes in this heavier precipitation, then we'll be out of it again. Lots of brake lights. As long as the person behind me slows down as well, we will be A-okay. About 3/4 of a mile till we'll find our exit, or not exit, but oh yes, the exit to 441. Are you staying there, or are you going to try to cut over? Oh, we've got an overpass patty up ahead. Someone parked under the overpass. Okay, we just got an updated radar scan, and looks like we'll be driving through the rain for a couple minutes. Okay, this person needs to get off of my bumper in like the pouring rain. That would be absolutely fantastic. At this point, I'm not worried about the rain. I'm worried more about the other drivers at the moment in the rain. I'm definitely cognizant of the fact that we could encounter some flash flooding later today, because this is a lot of heavy rainfall and there's more southwest of here, so. This wave is kind of like, or this portion of the storm has kind of formed on top of itself. So it's like it didn't look like there would be that much rain based on radar, but then it just kept like forming on top of itself and causing more and more precipitation areas, which will lead to more rainfall in the areas, obviously. We're entering an area of slightly less precipitation here. Actually, noticeably less now. And we'll kind of follow this back around to where 441 meets I-41, I guess, and kind of see if there's any leading edge structure on that area that's just to the west of like Neenah area, over Winchester right now. Seems to have a fairly robust leading edge on the reflectivity, so it's very possible that there could be at least something cool to look at, whether that be a minor shelf cloud or like the leading edge of the updraft base that's just visible. So we will find out in just a couple of moments, I guess. Try to blow some of those raindrops off the lens quick. Well, we're at construction highway speeds, but still highway speeds. Okay, yep, I can work with this. I can definitely work with this. Looks like we have some sort of structure on the leading edge here. Something cool to look at. Should give us just a couple minutes and the camera will be able to focus in on it better. But it's pretty much centered right where the camera is pointing right now, actually, which is convenient. You know what, we might get off the highway here, and I think we're going to. Yes, we'll take this exit. This looks like it could be pretty cool. I just want to be able to pull off where we need to be able to look at this and not be stuck on the highway with limited exit options. So, navigate these here roundabouts, all like, it feels like 5 of them. camera spun for you guys, and we'll find a hopefully good area that we can stop and look at this. And I've got a couple of areas in mind. It's just a matter of what will have enough visibility for what we need, and depending on all traffic in the area and where other people are and all that stuff. I would consider that a shelf cloud. Yes, I would. Yeah, you can see the leading edge of it over the road here, actually. And now you'll be able to start seeing it better. It's kind of wooded up here, actually. But fear not, I think I have a plan. Let me just make sure I remember the road network properly. Oh dang, the road I was going to take looks like it's closed. We just got to get out of like city limits here so we can get a good view of this thing without a bunch of stuff obstructing it. Well, looks like we'll be turning left here, which is not a bad option. It's coming in from kind of in front of us and to the right. This might be able to get us out of city limits enough that we'll be able to see something. Can't go much further south because otherwise if we have to go east, Lake Winnebago is there. Perfect green arrow for us to turn. We'll go east just a little bit here. Give me just a second, then we'll get a view of this shelf cloud, hopefully. It's not looking as great on radar as it did, so hopefully we'll be able to get a good view before it loses some of its structure. We'll turn right here. Then hopefully be able to get down here and then turn left and be able to get a good view of this again. Hopefully. Stop sign here. Do we want to turn? Yeah, we'll turn left here. This is the road that I was originally trying to get to. I'll spin the camera around so you guys can see behind us. Oh, yeah, we've got a pretty stout looking shelf cloud based on what I can see in the rear view mirror. So we'll see what it looks like on... Oh yeah, there it is. There is our beautiful cloud. We will have a spectacular view up here. Because I was trying to get to this Highway 10. And from here, we'll be able to go east, and there's not as many trees looking back this way. So we'll be able to get a good view to pull over and watch this. Again, this is definitely one of the perks of knowing the area well. You know where you can go for good viewing points and whatnot, and you know the road network. May actually be like an empty parking lot up ahead here on the right, if I potentially recall correctly. So we're gonna get in the right lane so we can utilize it should we need it. Continue up here. It's kind of got this little area up here with a lot of trees, but once you get past that, it's wide open. Well, much appreciated for everyone that's here. It's always fun seeing people in chat, so it's always appreciative of that. Lane. I just gotta click.
Oh, mine does that, but yeah, Aiden, I don't know if you've gotten a chance to look at the 18Z RRR for tomorrow, but it's looking slightly better. I have some mini supercells in north central Wisconsin.
Alright, sounds good. Yeah, I saw some of the models hinting at something along those lines. I haven't had a chance to look at the 18Z models yet, obviously, but even like some of the 12Z models were showing something. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they add that marginal back into Wisconsin.
Yeah, looks pretty interesting. It's definitely not going to be anything crazy, but you know, we got some good 3K and really tiny supercells on the tops. So I think, I mean, with that much 3K, there could be some kind of accident. Like it just happens. So yeah, not too bad. And then I gotta look at Tuesday now tonight. I don't know what's gonna happen with that, but I think that's probably the case. I think our moisture's gonna be scoured out pretty hard down to the south.
these roads up here. Yeah, we might be able to get a good view from this big open parking lot if actually, I like this spot. Give me just a minute. Starting to lose a little bit of our visual because of this little shower that just popped up in front of it, which is not very thoughtful of it. Private road, no through traffic. Well, we're not going through, we're just gonna sit, so works for me. Let's get this camera spun around for you guys. Hopefully this little rain shower in front of it moves out of the way so that we have a good visual on this again, because we finally just got into a good spot where we can stop and watch this. Let me check to see where that... Dang it, that rain shower is popping up and it looks like it's intensifying right in front of it. So I hate to say we might have to... You know what? We're just going to do this. We're going to go back west and like drive through this rain shower and get a close view of this shelf cloud, because otherwise we may not get any more visual of it if this little rain shower affects the outflow of it. So it would really stink to not have any good visual on this little storm before something interacts with it. There's a lot of water in the ditches off on the side here, so I would not be surprised if there's some urban flooding. Yeah, they're already kind of getting a better view of it, but you can see the left side of it has already lost a lot of its structure compared to the right side, which is slightly unfortunate. Let me get a quick radar loop on this. I feel like we're just going to kind of be driving around in circles today. Just getting cool views of storms and then kind of going to the next one down the line once they kind of run out of the atmosphere. But that's perfectly fine with me. This is better than anything that I've seen in the past week, so that's perfectly fine by me. Yeah, kind of a cool leading edge on this outflow. What we'll probably do is, let me just verify a location real quick. We might just continue north a little bit here and let this area of storm just kind of run over us, I guess is a good way to put it. And then kind of monitor to see what the rainfall rates may be like in here. I'm not pulling out a rule or a gauge or anything, but just to have some idea of the rainfall intensity and the winds in this, because it has no severe warning, no special weather statement on it or anything. This is just pretty storm that's sub-severe. Yeah, there hasn't been a lot of lightning. There was earlier, like a couple minutes before I started the stream back kind of by Wild Rose. There was some slightly more intense, not intense, but they were stronger storms. And they had some lightning in it, which I did notice. But the lightning has definitely reduced as these storms continued throughout the day so far. Yeah, well,
how's this now? Now it should be working.
I don't know what they're talking.
That sounded fine both times.
I don't know what they're talking about. But...
I just didn't plug it in the right way. But this is the new mic I have.
Oh, he's testing out his new mic. Okay, congratulations, Evan. But yeah, we'll start. Well,
like you said, this thing is super uncomfortable. Oh my god.
I tried warning you.
Did that one come with a little, like, clear, like, acoustic earpiece thing, or is that just, like, a big black piece of plastic that goes on your ear?
It's just a crap little piece of plastic.
So yeah, we're pretty much underneath this leading edge now, which is why we have very minimal view of
little,
any
like,
sort of structure.
Spiral cord.
Oh, there's some lightning.
Telephone cord almost. It's like clear plastic acoustic tube with like an earbud on the end. Those ones are pretty comfortable.
You know what? We
I think
might.
I've got a couple laying around or whatever. If I find one, I'll mail you one or something. But those ones are definitely better.
Let's see if there's anywhere along. I think there is like some sort of big parking lot over here or something. Just somewhere we can pull over and kind of let the storm go on top of us. Or even just like a small side road would work. Oh. Okay, we're definitely pulling off here. Give me just a second, guys. I'm gonna spin the camera around for you guys so you guys can see it, hopefully. Oh, never mind. They are crossing, so we are going to make a perfectly legal U-turn here to show you. Hopefully. Got some cranes. Oh, come on, raindrops, move. They're right in the raindrops there. Oh, that zooms it in too high. Might not be able to see them, but they're there. Oh, and no. Yeah, a deer almost just ran out in front of us too. So anyway, we'll go back to that side street now. We can just make a U-turn at this roundabout. Just go full 360. Yeah, I would go to that Walmart, but I just don't want to sit in a Walmart parking lot. That just does not sound very relaxing, entertaining, pleasing, or any combination thereof. Let me just take a quick peek at radar. Yeah. So it definitely looks like it's losing its definitive leading edge on the storm. Oh my gosh. The deer did pop back out and he started running circles around the cranes. That's something I did not expect to see. Yeah, we can go right up here. This is kind of a side business road that no one really uses that much. know what? Here, this is pretty much perfect. Got a gated driveway, so if anyone wants to come through here, they have to be authorized, so to speak. So we'll just pull right up on here because they are not open today on a Sunday. So we'll just park like this. See if I can get the camera spun for you guys. So back there is the what remains of that kind of leading edge shelf cloud feature. It's now well east of us. Let me just look at some additional data here while you guys enjoy that somewhat view, I guess. I'm gonna look at some model data. Yeah, we could, well, that's a great idea, Boris, but unfortunately, the radios that we have a very unique connector that it's not like a typical headphone jack. You need the very specific one for the specific brand, basically. It's got like a small pin connector, and then you put it into the jack, and then you have to turn it 90 degrees to lock it into place or whatever. So that's unfortunate. So we're limited by the comfort of the earbuds that the radio company makes. So that's not ideal by any means. So I'm just going to look at some additional model data here and see potentially what may transpire as the afternoon and evening progresses. Yeah, we'll see what intensity of rainfall is in this cell as well. Because if it's fairly intense rainfall, we may go into town with it and see if there's any urban flooding or anything like that. But let's see here. So based solely on the HRRR, it's kind of showing that we would want to start going south and southwest, which is kind of where we started the day, but I didn't want to, not follow these storms and then have nothing pop up further southwest. Let me look at some mesoanalysis data quick. Lock the doors. I don't think anyone's around, but just in case, you never know. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of. Oh, okay, that's very interesting. So I definitely think going south may not be a bad idea. Because after this basically cell that's between Appleton and Neenah passes, there's really nothing else directly behind it there. So we might want to go west a little bit. Right where I was about 2 hours ago. There's no severe warnings or anything down there, but the rain showers are definitely a lot more numerous, and that would lead to more of a flash flooding potential down there. I'm not totally sold not totally sold on a lot of the severe weather threat for the rest of the day. Seems kind of like it's... I don't want to jump the gun here and like downplay it, but I think the severe threat is probably waning a little bit. There's still the potential for... There's still some potential for probably some damaging wind, but I think the hail threat has diminished quite a bit. Not that there was a lot of hail threat to begin with, but there's some capping setting in from these showers. So I think heading west and southwest is probably a good play for potential flood threat. Let me look at a little bit more. A slop fest. Yep, that's a great way of describing this. Which is why I think that the severe threat is pretty minimal from this point on. And I'm thinking it would be more of just a heavy rainfall event from here onward. I am going to check out what Evan was talking about from the 18Z RRR about tomorrow, just to get some idea of what could potentially expect. Oh yeah, down there too, I definitely think that well, yeah, I would say it's pretty much a bust down there for severe weather potential. At this point, it's kind of turning into a... I don't want to commit to that stuff completely just yet, because that stuff could easily, like, decrease substantially in rainfall amounts as we start driving down there. So I'm going to give it a couple more minutes to kind of see how those areas of rain interact and with the environment, to see if they will kind of remain with their rainfall rates, decrease, or whatnot. Okay, I definitely see what Evan's talking about with the potential threat tomorrow as well. Let me check what current radar is looking like. Let me just check something on Google Maps real quick. We're about to get into the, quote, more intense rainfall, if you want to call it that. Okay, yep, that I've made my decision. We're gonna head south towards Oshkosh. That's what we're gonna do. Because then from there we can either go west on that, I think it's Highway 21, or we can continue more down towards Madison on 151. But I've just got a feeling that that's where we should start heading now, and we'll also be able to, that'll also lead to us driving through some of this heavier rain just on some of these city streets to see if maybe there's anything noteworthy, interesting. I don't know. Probably not, but you never know. And just like that, I start seeing some lightning. Yeah, you probably can't see it on the camera. Oh, there's the thunder for it. But there definitely is standing water that's starting to build up along the curbing here. So, not seeing any reports specifically of any flood, flash flooding or street flooding or anything like that. But it's already starting to build up a little bit here where there's not been this intense rainfall. It's just off to our west as well. So I guess we'll just drive kind of southward on some of these city streets and just see if we can see anything, because I'm gonna have to talk a little bit louder because it's gonna get kind of loud with the rain, but so it is. I'll get the camera spun back around for you guys so you guys can see where we're going and not where we've been. Let Google Maps kind of lock onto our location here. There we go. Yeah, a little bit of standing water already. Minimal wind at this point. Like I'm looking at a flag over there and it's barely moving. It's definitely lost any of its wind risk with this cell. Oh, yep. There's a little bit of flooding there along the side of the road. It all depends on the drainage of the streets and what's supposed to drain where to determine where it'll flood. But obviously, I know I have very profound statements right now. If it drains properly, it won't flood, kind of thing. I know, I'm an absolute genius. Well, I'm gonna let this person pass, because this is... I did not want to hit that at a high rate of speed. That was a pretty good puddle. Yeah, already the rain intensity seems to be going down here, which also correlates with the more sunny skies that we're starting to see and not as dark of clouds overhead. Have they? Big storm just blew up by Manitowoc. Oh yeah, wow, that thing did intensify quite a bit. Unfortunately, that's way out of a range that we could target, but looks like there's also a Yeah, this stuff seems to be kind of popping up again and intensifying, so I think south is definitely kind of the way we want to go right now. So that's the way that we're heading. Turn right here, then go back to the highway and start heading south. We're heading back down towards Oshkosh right now. Really hope this light stays green for us. That would be absolutely fantastic. Why, thank you. Much appreciated.
I'm gonna pass on.
Actually get a kind of cool view of maybe that little updraft behind us. I can probably spin the camera around to see if we can see it. I just saw it briefly in the rearview mirror, so whether it's actually...
I'm kind of in a holding pattern now. I mean, like, if this stuff would organize, I'll bring the street back up, but it's just, man, this is just really struggling.
Yeah, that's kind of that area back there that I was referring to. It's not great by any means. Maybe I'll be able to turn the camera a little bit to blow some of that wind, or blow some of that rain off with the wind before I face it backwards. Give me just a second. Kind of that little shower off behind us there.
It's just crapped out, and then now we just have like pulse thunderstorms everywhere with like rain between them. It's just, I didn't realize I knew it was going to be bad. Well, I didn't know it was going to be this bad.
Yeah, we'll head south a little bit. Don't really know what to expect from the rest of the day. It could be pretty much what we've had the past hour or so, where it's not much for entertainment, but could also get some cool stuff at some point. So we'll keep going for a little bit, because it's only 5 o'clock, not even 5 o'clock yet, so you never really know. So a storm well off to the southwest did go severe one down there by Wisconsin Dells, so a similar thing could potentially happen with some of these cells off to the east of that, or not. It kind of all up to what Mother Nature decides at this point. So welcome everyone. I did not realize that we had reached the 1,000 subscriber mark today, so that is awesome to hear, and thanks for everyone who has subscribed to help reach that next milestone. Oh, got a construction barrel in the road. Give me just a second here. We've absolutely. There's nobody behind us. We've got our lights going. I'm just gonna wait till it's clear and move that barrel out of the way so someone doesn't smoke it, because I hit a barrel on one of my other chases, and that is enough to do enough damage to a vehicle. So I almost hit it, and I don't want someone else to hit it. That would just really, really suck and lead to a really bad day for someone. We'll just wait till traffic clears out for a moment. I figured that was a pretty good place to put it, because it was about to blow over into the lane, and that would have been that would have made someone's day not so good. So I just decided to put it right in between those barricades there so the wind wouldn't be able to blow it anymore, so we are all good. Alrighty, we are back on the road and en route towards Oshkosh area for the moment. Where we'll go from there, I got no clue. Might head towards Fond du Lac, might head towards Omro. It all depends on a lot of different factors, but here we are, we're moving. Person pass, and then oh well, we were in the wrong lane, so we have to exit the highway, and we'll just get back down over here. Oh yeah, the ramps around here are absolutely crazy between the I-41, 441. People drive like madmen out here sometimes, but yeah, waited till everything was clear, and then we were able to safely and carefully remove that barrel. So yeah, I'm from the area as well, so I definitely know how crazy traffic can get and how crazy the drivers are. Yeah, that's always got to be on high alert, especially with all the road construction out here at this point. get the camera spun in some direction. I'm not quite sure where yet, but we will figure that out momentarily. Okay, yeah, we're gonna move over and get in the process of passing if this guy doesn't rear end the person in front of us and cause an accident. Yeah, we will spin the camera around. We've got some cumulus towers, I guess, that we can look at. So these are potentially our target storms off in the distance. Ave is your exit. Very nice. Yeah, those storms, those towers that are off to the left, off to our southeast, so those would not be the ones that I was looking at on radar. Those would be more to the southwest. Those that you're looking at right now are probably the ones that are like right over Fond du Lac right now. Yeah, south Fond du Lac, east of Fond du Lac. The other ones that would potentially... No, I'm not going to even point the camera at those right now, because you can't see anything, and those wouldn't be target storms anyway. They're going the wrong direction, but got some, I don't want to say robust, but okay, I guess, okay-ish looking cells that are kind of west of Beaver Dam and moving kind of northeast. So those will likely be our target storms at this point, subject to change, of course. Real quick. I can find my water bottle. There it is. Yeah, so far I've had fun today, and looks like the day may not be over yet, so we'll see what the rest of the afternoon and potentially early evening has in store. couple of... Yeah. Wait.
Channel mode. 3 feet. Tonight, northwest wind 10 to 15 knots. Patchy fog in the evening. A chance of thunderstorms in the evening. 6, 5, 4. Temperature of 65 degrees at 12:46 a.m. A trace of precipitation fell today. Sunset tonight is at 8:40 p.m. Sunrise tomorrow is at 5:15. This is the Weather Radio WWG7 at Fond du Lac.
Alright, so we're picking up the Fond du Lac weather radio station right now. So we'll turn that off for the moment until we're a little bit closer to get it clearer. But temperatures have definitely decreased substantially up here where it's rained already. Right now the vehicle thermometer is saying it is 70 degrees. Check the radar loop, I guess. I think long term we're going to want to get on those cells that are kind of west of Beaver Dam. They're not moving like hardly at all. So it'll be a couple minutes until we can get there, and by a couple minutes I mean a little while. But we also have some other, there could be stuff that pops up between like the edge of those cells south of Ripon and Oshkosh. There could be stuff that pops up as well. So at this point we're just kind of heading that way.
It's like right on the outflow boundary. Like the only storm that's kind of like slightly out in front of it.
Meh.
Yeah, I mean it's not much, but I don't know. Something at least.
Yeah, but if I go for that one, then it's like the complete opposite direction of every other storm that's there.
That's a good point. It's probably gonna get undercut anyway. It just went up like along the boundary. So maybe we could see some more storms firing or something. Down by Beaver Dam.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking as well. Just kind of have stuff fire along there, because it's kind of been working on firing storms in that area for the past couple minutes, and like every couple scans like a new one's popping up.
And maybe there'll be actually something half decent.
Yeah, we're coming into Oshkosh now. I mean, dang, that's really tempting. So Evan was just pointing out that storm that's like over Fond du Lac. I may end up going for that Fond du Lac one, potentially. And let me explain why.
Copy that, yeah. I'm watching it. It's probably just gonna go right over that boundary and be done, but you know, I guess the ceiling here is a small hailer or somehow a land spout, although I doubt it.
fast. So the reason that one has my attention is that's the one you're looking at on the camera right now. And the echo tops on it and the updraft tower seem to be fairly healthy looking, I would say. Hold your horses. Now I might be second guessing myself. Now I've got another one that's going up. That one west of Beaver Dam, the echo tops are going up on that quite a bit. So I'm probably not, question mark, going to go for the one in Fond du Lac. But we'll likely still go down to Fond du Lac, over towards maybe Ripon. How fast are these moving? 16 miles an hour. Yeah, those are barely moving at all. So we can like go down to Ripon.
Make a decision. It's probably going to be both of them trying to organize at the same time, but I don't know whichever one is telling at the tops might be the one to go.
Yeah, I'm just going to head down to like Fond du Lac and then make a decision on that, because I have pretty much until Fond du Lac to make a decision anyway, because I was planning on going to like Ripon and then if I was going for those western ones.
Yeah, looks like that Fond du Lac one's getting really clustered out. And that apple down is moving so fast. So, probably west. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards west. Well, welcome, Blombo. Not see them pull off on the shoulder until like the last minute because the camper up there was blocking the view. Well, there we go. Spotter activation should not be needed. Just go home, I guess. But now we'll be out here, see if we can see any cool stuff. Kind of funny that I turned the radio on, and the last second, or like the first message I hear is spotter activation will not be needed. Just kind of humorous. So yeah, the area that the camera is pointed at right now is like that Fond du Lac area storm. So that's right now they're talking about that storm by Manitowoc. That's going to be going over Lake Michigan in the next little bit. And it's just a special weather statement at this point. Yeah, that's another thing to point out. It's not just the rainfall rates from these storms that could potentially lead to localized flooding, but it's also how slow these storms are moving. Like the one over Fond du Lac right now, radar has it going at a whole lot.
Boundary and the lake breeze like merge or collide. That could be kind of like a focal point for storms.
Thanks, Evan, for interrupting me. Anyway, that storm over Fond du Lac is moving a whopping 5 miles an hour right now. So that's a lot of rainfall in an area that's not changing much because it's just hovering over the same area. So that's another thing to consider with a lot of these storms, is just how slow they're moving. A lot of the precipitation is falling in a very repetitive area for like 30, 40 minutes, maybe even longer. Oh man. Echo tops are going up on both of them.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be.
There's also that sea breeze or lake breeze boundary, kind of like west of Sheboygan too. That seems to be popping storms on it. So I think maybe once the alpha boundary and the lake breeze collide, there could be like enough forcing to fire a few storms off. So maybe that could be something. I don't know.
I wouldn't be surprised if that storm over or just south of Fond du Lac goes severe thunderstorm warning or even special weather statement in the next couple minutes, because it looks like it's starting to potentially get a bit of a hail core. Not major hail by any means, but something of note.
Towards that Fond du Lac storm. Looks the most intense right now.
I mean, visually, the cumulus tower on it looks pretty healthy.
Yeah, I believe it. And the lake breeze is kind of about to merge with it, so that's going to be cool.
Or it'll just kill it.
Yeah, most likely. You never know what'll happen, though. Maybe it'll be a happy accident.
Fond du Lac going full-on Bob Ross over here.
They better put a 15 hatch on that thing.
Well, they just put a special weather statement. Take it or leave it.
Yeah. It's not going to be an upgrade to moderate risk here.
Well, I call the guys, just went special weather statement. Special weather statement, take it or leave it.
It's confluence band warning.
So that special weather statement is for 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-inch hail. We'll make a decision when we get down to Fond du Lac, but I'm liking the look of that storm that's just south of there, and I guess if that craps the bed, we can just kind of move west or northwest or whatever direction we gotta go to get to those other cells. But I feel like it would be foolish to not at least go give this one a couple minutes of our time because we're so close to it already. Yeah, right now we're probably only 15 minutes from being like right on that storm, so. And I mean like right on that storm. Which also reminds me, before we actually go like underneath that storm to try to view it or whatever, I will likely stop and fill up with gas so that I'm not stuck doing that in the pouring rain somewhere. Because I know how this will go. We'll get on that storm and then like more storms will fire probably like right next to it, and then we'll just be under a blob of precipitation and we'll be like running low on gas, and I'll have to go out in the pouring rain and the wind and fill up, which is not enjoyable whatsoever. on that storm in just a couple minutes. See what we have for gas station options up ahead. Yeah, we'll probably go to we'll definitely go to one of these quick trips. Because, you know, quick trip is superior. I know we have a lot of people from Wisconsin watching in chat, so make sure you guys back me up on how superior Quick Trip is to any other gas station. Alright, yep, there we go. Quick Trip is amazing. Yep, here we go, here we go. Yeah, here's all of my Quick Trip fans. Let's go. Need to yep, there's all my Quick Trip fans. There we go. Fantastic. I knew you guys wouldn't let me down. I knew you guys would not let me down. Actually hold off on getting gas for a couple minutes just so we can get a visual on this storm. I don't know, I just feel like we should go give that storm a peek before we get gas. That could be a totally wrong decision, but I just got a gut feeling. We've still got 3/8 of a tank, so we're good in that regard.
By Fond du Lac has let go of the boundary. It's weakened a little bit. It seems like when the storms hit the increased lift on the boundary, they start to intensify a bit. We have some storms going up southeast of Beaver Dam. So, but this alpha boundary is moving so fast, it's kind of hard to catch up with.
Yeah, I really don't know what I'm going to do at this point. I feel like I should probably head to like that western line just for something. Because if I go to that Fond du Lac one, I have to get east on the east side of it to be able to even see anything. And then, like, I have to cross all over it again to get to the west storms.
Yeah, and that west, those west kind of training storms might have some flash flood risk too.
Yep.
Maybe some heavy rain with that.
Exactly what I was thinking. Yeah, I'm not totally sure what we're doing. I know I just said that I'm probably not going to fill up with gas right now, but I don't know. Decisions and choices change very quickly. So we'll probably get gas down here and then start heading west to those other storms. I just don't have any sort of confidence in this little Fond du Lac one at this moment. The edge of the precipitation there on camera. It's like just left of the highway. It's where everything gets all white colored there. Over the highway. South of town here and stop at a gas station. Lovely quick trip that we will be stopping at. Hopefully it's not terribly busy. Oh, cop just pulled someone over entering the Quick Trip parking lot. Interesting. So we're gonna take the pump not right behind the person that just got pulled over. Alright, I will be right back. Just a couple minutes. We are back. Gonna specifically turn this way so that don't get any of the whatever's going on over there live stream, because that just doesn't need to happen. Just gonna stop here for a minute, and I'm just gonna take a peek at radar. Alright, I think I have a game plan. We're gonna head towards Ripon. Give me just a second while I get everything squared away. Alright, and we are back on the road. Yeah, there was definitely some police investigation going on at that vehicle, so I'll just leave it at that. Head towards Ripon right now. So, see what we can find and what we can see. What those areas have in store. There may be a little bit of structure potentially, given the sharp cutoff gradient of the leading edge on reflectivity from radar. But I'm mostly concerned with excessive rainfall from these storms, because they're kind of training over the same area multiple times. So, and they're very slow moving. About 20 minutes from being in Ripon, like downtown. Although Ripon is very small, there's not much of a quote downtown compared to outside of town. It's pretty much just town. So I'll just say we're about 20 minutes from Ripon. stay on this for 19 miles. Oof. I just see the signs up ahead that the left lane ends, so this could be interesting. Let that car go, and then we will just slide in right behind him because there's plenty of space between him and the next vehicle. And there we go. Slightly intrigued on what we may encounter. So that looks like it's substantial rainfall and it's moving extremely slowly. So, regardless, we'll find out together. Sorry, I really don't care what the weather is in St. Louis right this moment. Thank you, National Weather Service Radio out of Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. On the Milwaukee radar site now, because now that's the closest one to the cells that we're trying to get a good radar view of. Absolutely zero idea on how much longer we'll be streaming today. We could be streaming for a while yet, could be streaming for, you know, another hour and a half, and that's about it. Got no idea. We will find out shortly. Or maybe not so shortly, depending on how long this is. But looking ahead to tomorrow, there's I'd say a 60, as of right now, a 60% chance of a stream tomorrow. from like central Wisconsin. Potentially some mini supercells, but that's still kind of up in the air. It's been very unpredictable. Hello, Christina. To you as well. Kind of a cool view of these, of the base of these clouds. Kind of all striated, not striated, but it got some contours to them. Camera actually picks it up fairly well with all the different colors. Kind of cool. Not really noticing a ton of lightning with these storms, which has kind of been the theme of today. It's been like the occasional cell that has a couple of good lightning strikes intermittently, but overall, the lightning level has been fairly low today. I would believe that it's dumping a lot of rain, absolutely. So that's part of the reason why we're en route to this, is to see if there's any flooding going on, because I think the severe threat is fairly low for the rest of the day, and at this point it's just a lot of heavy rain for a risk of flash flooding, urban flooding, creeks and rivers, all that kind of stuff. Miles. So okay, yep, that would line up with where I've seen a lot of rain on radar for the past good chunk of time. Temperature is slightly increasing the further west we go. It was down to 70 a little while ago, and now we're back up to 75, so. Sip of water real quick. precipitation rates themselves look to be potentially slightly decreasing on this little segment that we're going towards just west of here. But I would definitely still expect some very heavy rainfall from that little segment. And it also would not totally shock me if we see the National Weather Service put some sort of flood warning somewhere in the vicinity of here, just because of the amount of rain that has fallen in such a pretty short duration of time. I don't think we're actually gonna like stay in Ripon itself. I think we'll go there and then go a little southwest, maybe towards like Markeson. Is that how you say it? Northeast of Manchester there. I know how to say that one, so we'll do same slightly northeast of Manchester. Oh, wow. That was a fairly substantial tree that was snapped about 3 feet off from the base. I don't know when that happened, if that was last week, a month ago. I got no idea, but it was a substantial looking tree, that's for sure. Is a fairly robust looking storm that's popping up east of Beaver Dam by Horicon. We're not in position to be able to go after that one at this point, but just something of note. Radar is saying it may have some hail in it, like maybe up to an inch of hail, but or inch diameter, not an inch of hail. It's not accumulation. Make sure that... Is that a raindrop on the lens, or did we hit a bug? I think it's a bug because it's not blowing off in the wind. Dang it. Well, I'll kind of point it like that so that the bug is just off from kind of cool cloud area, so you can still see it clearly. Just saw a strike of lightning, so it's one of only a couple that I've seen today. greatly appreciate it if this individual behind me decided to back off from my bumper a little bit. That would always be appreciated. As I cannot go any faster as there is another vehicle in front of me. Just like less than 5 minutes from Ripon, and from there we'll likely go south. Kind of appreciate it if we drove into a little bit of some heavy rain, because maybe it'll get that bug off of the lens and I don't have to get out and clean it. You guys saw that lightning strike. I think the camera probably got it. Maybe, potentially. I have no idea. Miles until we get to Ripon, and from there we'll probably drop south a little bit. And just like that, the temperature is back down to 68 degrees. Dropped like 8 degrees in 10 minutes as we were driving. south is what we'll be looking for, I think. Indeed, that is what we will be looking for. Oh, look, another quick trip. Fantastic place. Honestly, we're really not that far away, and I'm half tempted to just pretty much take this 44 down to like Ripon, and then we'll be on like those storms down by Beaver Dam in like 20 minutes. I'm half tempted to do that. Might be what we do. Maybe. But I don't know, at this point I'm just kind of along for the ride, or the drive, I guess. About 5-10 minutes ago, that intense line of rain that we were heading towards kind of dissipated, which is kind of on par for what we've been experiencing. I would get going towards something, we're a couple minutes away, and then it decides, nah, you know what, I'm good. Which is why I kind of want to jump on those storms down by Beaver Dam, because those just like initiated a couple minutes ago, so I think they still have some gas in the tank before they decide to weaken. I think that's what we'll do. I'll just put like Horicon in the GPS, because that'll get us going that general direction. Well, hello, Owen. I'm waving wherever I may have passed you, but I'm waving right now. Yeah, we're gonna head down to those storms by Beaver Dam. Those likely still have some gas in the tank before see what we can potentially find of interest, noteworthy, something or other. I'm actually really liking those cells down by Beaver Dam. And we are not that far away, so we'll be on those in probably start getting a visual in 10-15 minutes. Precipitation here that we have to drive through, but it's very minor. Barely an inconvenience. That's almost right over Beaver Dam, maybe forming a little bit of a hail core. Once again, nothing major, just hail that's, you know, an inch in diameter or less. They'll probably go special weather statement on that in a couple minutes if it continues to look healthy. Has absolutely flown by. Don't know how it got to be 6 o'clock already. I can see the updraft base from that Beaver Dam cell. It's really hard to see. It's like right underneath, or right, not underneath, right above those trees. Kind of got a cool shelf cloud looking feature. After we make this little bit of a zigzag curve, ooh, these look like bad railroad tracks. Actually, they weren't too bad. After we make this little zigzag curve, I'm probably going to just pull over and wipe that bug off the lens. It's going to drive me crazy. Sure it's a bug, not a raindrop, because it has not blown off the lens. Oh, and this is our curve, not a curve, our turn, my goodness. Stop right here for a brief moment. Where did I put that cloth? This will work. Alright, bug has been removed, so from here on out, unless we hit more bugs, it should just be rain that we can blow off the lens with the wind. On the screen behind all those trees and power lines and such for the moment. That's a driveway. Here's the turn. There's some nasty bumps on that road. I'm gonna spin the camera for you guys. The right side of it is kind of covered in rain and precipitation yet. You can see the left side of the shelf cloud, I guess. Looking like a fairly healthy cell at this point. It's just a matter of getting to it and streaming it before it kind of craps out. Which it will inevitably do at some point. It's just a matter of how long it'll sustain. on to Wisconsin 49 South. Spin. Check the preview. There we go. So that's it. Pretty much centered in the screen right now. Might be coming across the coolest view we've had all day. Really surprised that there's not a special weather statement on this storm. That really truly does shock me. The area you're looking at right now is off to the southeast. So that's kind of the area that's over Ripon, over by Mayville, Horicon kind of area. Get my bearings here real quick. So we'll be entering some precipitation here in a couple minutes. So we'll be losing the visual on the shelf cloud feature. But then we will hopefully hop back out the other side and have another pretty view of some sort. What that may be, I have no idea. since we're beginning to lose a visual, I will turn the camera more front facing at this point. So that area by Huracan just went special weather statement. Alrighty. So that's some sort of development, I guess. I'd say, well, pending any more precipitation forming, like right around these cells, I would anticipate we'll be probably driving through the rain for about 10 minutes, give or take. See if we can pick anything up.
During Monday through Saturday, there are chances for thunderstorms Monday, with gusty winds and small hail possible with the strongest storms. There are chances for thunderstorms at times later in the week. Spotter information statement. Spotter activation should not be.
Well, let's see, where do we want to turn? So it's not here. .2 miles. I think it's probably at this traffic light. Yes, this is where we will be turning right and heading towards some of the heavier precipitation. Road work ahead. Okay, not road closed ahead. That's good. This is the west side of Ripon. To the left side there is prison. So I'm not going to take a field trip there. 3/4 of a mile till we'll be turning left. Looks like this will be a pretty good dumping of rain. Oops, that was my road I was supposed to turn on. Well, we have another one up here. That we could take. By the time I turn around and take that other road, we can just take this next one. We got standing water here. Vehicle tried to hydroplane for a couple seconds, but task failed. I guess we'll just stay on 151, I guess. We are approximately 15 minutes from being in Horicon. Let's see. just east of there. About 1 mile till we take our exit. I'll start taking us southeast. Now we'll stay on this for a couple miles. And a couple more miles. Yeah, there's some standing water out here, which does not surprise me at all, given the amount of rainfall. Precipitation should be lightening up in a couple minutes. Oh, here we go. Get a little break from it now. little bit more. Definitely glad we headed down this way when we did. Oh, the sign's not happy at us. Oh, is it going to give us the smiley face? Yep, it's giving us the smiley face. Just about out of some of this precipitation when we turn onto 33 East in about a mile and a half. Quarters of a mile until we'll turn. And then we've got to decide where we want to go from there. Why is like everyone out here driving without headlights on? Eastbound on 33. Now there's a car behind me. It's probably only like 100 yards back. I cannot even see them through the mist and them having no headlights on. Just about out in front of this area of precipitation, just west and north of Juneau. So what I think we will have to do is continue east on this Yeah, on the east side of this special weather statement cell, so we can get a good view of it. I think if we get on the east side of it, it might have some cool structure. I think I have a game plan on what I'm gonna do for roads. I think. Just east of Horicon and then take like this county road east-south towards Hustisford, I think is what it's called. Oh, had some fairly strong winds through there. There was some tree debris on the road. So then take that south and then kind of go south on the west side of the precipitation so we're not driving through it the whole time, and then cut east towards like Rubicon. That's kind of what my current game plan is, pending any further plan changes. So that's the plan until it's not, is pretty much what I just said. Last time I drove through here was the Mayville tornado day. That's the first time that I had ever driven through here, and now I'm back. A little less stressful of a drive this time. Up here, and then we'll cross the river, and then we can go south in a little bit. Perfect. Trying to figure out what Google Maps is trying to tell me to do. Make sure it wasn't giving me bad instructions. which it's been known to do from time to time. At this point, the main risk is going to continue to be heavy rainfall and potential for flash flood. Seeing some signals of that, but we'll just kind of continue to monitor and we'll find out what may or may not take place. Yeah, I still think we'll be able to see a cool storm once we get on the east side of this. That was my street, so I gotta turn here to get back around to it. A funky intersection. It says it's a three-way stop, but traffic comes from four directions and it doesn't tell you which direction traffic does not stop from, which is not very kind of them, I guess. South here towards, I guess we'll go towards Neosho, just west of Rubicon, I guess, is kind of where we're, general direction that we're going. Some street flooding there. That's kind of, it's flooded down in that kind of marshy area that was off on the right side. Alright, and this just went special weather statement again. East at 15 miles an hour. We can handle that. We can definitely handle that. east side of this storm. How far are we? We're less than 10 miles from being on the east side of this, so that's not bad at all. It's only 5 miles from Iron Ridge, so hopefully we'll have a pretty view of this storm in like 15 minutes. What genius designed that intersection? Yeah, I got no idea. I would like to know the same. I guess you can almost kind of see backside of the storm as we're getting closer to it. It's not much to look at from the west, but I guess it's something, I guess. That's intriguing. That's somewhat. I'm just going to stop here for a minute. Just open the window and look, because that looks interesting. Too far away, can't really see anything. It's still too scuddy looking. There is very minimal rotation on radar. I mean, actually it just upticked slightly on the latest scan on SRV. I mean, I'm not saying this is anything more than just a funky looking cloud, but it's got my attention. We'll continue this way just a little bit. doesn't look nearly as interesting now as it did when I stopped back there. We'll just continue to monitor and continue east. Now I gotta drive through a bit of a deluge for a couple minutes. And not for long. I think we actually turn at this next street. Yeah, we turn south here. Lightning. The stream signal is going to get a little worse before it gets better. Getting close to being out of it. Just like 2 or 3 miles. Starting to see some daylight again, which is always a good sign. I think the camera is still facing off to the left, so give me just a second, I'll get that forward facing again for you. should soon be able to get a pretty good visual on the storm from the southeast side. Pretty much totally out of the precipitation, so now we just got to get a little further south, be able to kind of look back at this. Hopefully. Interested in trying to get a visual on this area kind of off to my 10 o'clock. That looks like it has a leading edge to it, but we're still just a little too far behind it to see. Over there is kind of the area that I want to get out in front of. Let's see if we get any sort of structure. Should be able to get a pretty good view once we turn here. Now I'll be kind of heading towards it, so we'll have the best visual possible from at least at this point. Ideally I want to get down to like Hartford. different shades and colors and all that fun stuff. Continue straight. We'll just continue up here to probably like Hartford-ish. It's only a couple miles ahead, and then we'll have to decide what we're going to do from there. Confusing me because what I'm seeing isn't totally lining up with where I would think it would be on radar, so it's kind of a interesting trying to orient myself where everything is. That's probably one of the most wide open views of the storm that you've seen so far, with all the trees back there and the hills. Where we might want to go from here. I feel like we want to go maybe slightly south. Slightly. think what we'll do is we'll go over here and then go just... And I'm just really confused because once again it's not quite lining up where I would think things would be on radar. But regardless, I think going south may not be a bad move because all this stuff is... These like cool looking clouds are almost south of the road completely. So even though it doesn't quite line up where you would think on radar. Okay, so yeah, I definitely want to get south. I'll head towards Thompson. So I'll want to turn right at this light. Perfect. And then follow this to the left. Hard to follow the GPS when it's like it says stay on the road and then it either splits left or right and it's like which one's the actual road that it wants me to stay on, especially when you're not familiar with the area. Continue on this, follow it around the corner. Kind of a gnarly looking storm. Wouldn't know based on radar, but just what I'm seeing in person, it looks not gonna say interesting, but it's definitely something to look at, that's for sure. We're gonna head towards Thompson at the moment. I'll get the camera spun for you guys as soon as we get out from, well, these houses and trees where you'll actually have a view. wish we had a little bit of a better view right now. Maybe up ahead here just a little bit. Oh, here we go. Yep. I'm going to start turning the camera momentarily. Here we go, guys. That's the view of our storm. Dang power lines. That's what she looks like. Gotta find, like, well, that was a potentially good east road. I might turn around and take that road. In fact, I think I will. That's like the only good east road unless we go way further south. I want us to have a cool, good visual on this thing because it's the best looking storm we've seen all day. I'm just going to point that facing forward because as soon as we make this curve, it'll be front cam. Waterford Road, that's what we're looking for. This is a good east road, just does not have great visibility with all the trees. But we found a pretty storm, that's for sure. That is for sure. Only took all afternoon. Need to hopefully find a place with decent visibility without all these trees and, you know, power lines, which will be difficult to find in this particular area. Okay, I'm not continuing straight. That looks like a road that goes to Sasquatch's cabin or something. That's not the kind of road I want to be taking right now. Pleasant Hill Road will be pleasant. I don't know. Or we'll just go down to this 167, which is what I think we'll do. Just not gamble. Just take the road that we know is decent-ish, at least. Like 1 mile from 167. Let's see. 3/4 of a mile. Hopefully we can find some good view on this road. Because so far this looks very Sasquatchy. Might struggle for a little bit of cell signal here just because of all the trees. I feel like I'm driving through like the Appalachian Mountains right now. Yeah, I'm sure we're struggling bad for cell signal right now, so just hold tight for a minute. And if we're not struggling, fantastic, but I'm pretty certain. So far so good with the signal. Wow, that is impressive. I am thoroughly impressed. Driving through the mountains over here of southern Wisconsin. Wisconsin is well known for its mountains. At this point, I think I'm just going to try to get as far east as possible and kind of as quick as possible to get a view of this storm from the southeast again, because eventually we'll just run out of roads and, you know, end up at Lake Michigan. So kind of want to get a couple good views of this before that happens. Mile-per-hour curve. Okay, whatever you say. This road does not quite scream like almost at Milwaukee kind of terrain, but here we are. Should be able to stay on this till we get to about I-41, then we'll make a decision from there. Continuing east. Kind of a pretty view. One thing's for sure, I did not expect to end up, like, better stop there, bud. Did not expect to end up this close to Milwaukee today. Not by a long shot. almost to I-41. I'll have to make a decision on where we're gonna go from that point. Choices. We've got a really nice view of this storm up here. Guess we can continue on this road for a little bit longer, a little further east. Go too far east and then end up in like the Milwaukee metro-ish area traffic. Gonna go up here a little bit and maybe like find a place to pull off or something and just sit and watch this and not really go any further east with it. That's kind of my thinking right now. We can find something along this road here. And I just turned the wrong way, I think. Yeah, I was probably go north here instead of south. Yeah. We'll go north. because this is the general direction I have to go to head home anyway. There it is, best storm of the day. I guess at this point I'll just check. I guess I'll probably just start heading north-ish. Stream is probably going to start winding down soon. Keep it going for a little bit longer because we have that view off to the east, but other than that, I think we're pretty close to being done for today. Probably going to take this and just go towards I-41 and start heading north. It doesn't make any sense to follow this right along coastline of Lake Michigan. We're going to lose visual with this other area of precipitation just north of us. This is a very blind intersection, my goodness. Yeah, I wasn't expecting much today and kind of turned out how I had expected. Lower end day. A lot of pretty trashy storms, but a couple of pretty views. That's kind of what I was expecting from today. Again, at this point, I would say it's probably a 60% chance of a live stream tomorrow. We'll bump that down to 50 because I haven't looked at any of the model runs other than one. So we'll go 50% chance of a stream tomorrow from potentially somewhere in like central Wisconsin. But again, it looks to be another low-end day, so not expecting anything crazy, but maybe a couple pretty storms, kind of like today. Maybe a little better, maybe a little worse. I have no idea. Dang, bird almost flew right into me. That's kind of a pretty view. We're just gonna stop here just for a minute. Well, I'm gonna wind down the stream, but before that, I will just kind of point this over that way. That's kind of a cool view. So I'm gonna wrap it up here. So thanks to everyone who hopped in today. Thank you to all of the new subscribers, and thanks for helping reach the 1,000 subscriber goal today. That was unexpected, but very much appreciated. So again, potential for a stream tomorrow. Not totally sure. I'll update you guys probably in the morning. But until next time, thanks for watching.